A warm welcome to all of you, wherever you are in the world, participating in our special webinar today on living and working abroad. We are very, very happy to have a number of our alumni participating today because our alumni base is meanwhile all over the world. And that gives us an opportunity to accommodate certain topics that were brought to our attention from our current students. And that is why we thought it would be quite valuable for you to have the opportunity to hear firsthand from our alumni what it takes to identify a job abroad once you have graduated, how to use your IIT academic certification, basically, to move abroad, find a job, and settle into a new life. So we are very, very happy to welcome today 7 of our alumni: Sasanka from Canada, Minuvan from Australia, Jayani from Japan, Chamat from the UK, Udita from the USA, Ishanka from the Netherlands, and Imashi from the USA. Thank you very much for being here today. I know for some of you it is very early in the morning, like 6 o'clock, and for others it is 10 o'clock in the evening. So that shows you the range of where we all are within our IIT alumni community. Varuna is our moderator of the day. He will take you through the next 1.5 to 2 hours, and he will also inform you how to access the recording of this webinar if you like to get the details again and listen to it. And now, Varuna, I hand over to you. Thank you.
Hi, Villa. Thank you so much for that introduction, and also welcome aboard everybody. So great to see you. We have a total of more than 100, and it's admitting 3 more people. So that means more than 100 people joining in today. It's great to see. It's absolutely stunning to see all this participation, and we just surpassed 100. That's great. And so we have all these panelists also joining with us today, and welcome to you. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in right now, because I understand some of you are, spending the last few hours of your day, and some of you are early in the morning from all the corners of the world. So we have 6 panelists joining with us today, and from 7 panelists from 6 different countries joining with us. So great to have you on board, and our audience also, I think there are mostly IIT students, and also we have some recent alumni of IIT. Then we also have international participants coming from India and also from the UK at the same time. So because this webinar has gone to every corner of the world when it comes to alumni associations around the world. So we have all those people coming in who can relate to the topic that we are going to discuss today. So my name is Varuna, as Villa mentioned, and I'll be the host and the moderator of today's discussion on the working and living abroad when it comes to either whether you are looking for a PR pathway, permanent residency, or whether you are looking for academics, or one of those 2 aspects in your life too, or even if you're looking for like a job and occupation or abroad. Right, so before we begin, let me play a video to introduce you the viewers, introduce you the panelists of today's program. Right. So these are the speakers we have today for the panelists. So we give an introduction for all of them, and we have, if I name them by their names, we have from the top of the screen, I have Eshanka, and we have Minuan, Chamat, and also Udita, and also Dimashi, Sasanka, and Jaini joining with us today. So good evening, good afternoon, good morning, whichever that you're having right now to all of you. And I would really appreciate the participants also, if we can turn on the video, that would be great to see that you're interacting with us and also being participating. So one more request from all the participants to turn on the video, so no one's going to bite you. So please, it'll be great to see your participation, but keep your mics turned off. That'll be great. All right. So how are our panelists doing? How are you guys doing in your countries? US, Canada, Japan, Australia? Good.
Doing well, thanks. So yeah.
Well, thank you.
Good to see everyone. Good morning from
We are
Atlanta.
doing good.
Everyone, great to see you. It's been a while.
Yeah, you too. It's good evening and good night from here. Only a couple of hours left.
Really sorry.
That's okay.
Hard to organize, but there's like people joining in from both the ends of the world. It's really hard. So anyway, thank you so much for joining in once again. So let's dive into the topic anyway right now, because we have all these participants. I think most of these, I mean, almost everybody just wants to know how to be you one day, and also to be someone who is successful abroad, and someone who wants to be successfully employed or has done some extensive research when it comes to education in their lives, somehow to be a part of the international community when it comes to alumni, and also, you know, as an individual to see personal and professional growth. Right. So I will move on to Udita. First of all, so Udita, you're from the US, you're a CTO of a US company, and tell us like a little bit of yourself so that we can start off with your information.
So I was at IIT, it was called IICS at the time, Informatics Institute of Computer Studies, and I graduated in 1999. I did my placement year, the industry placement year, third year at what was then called Software Solutions, which is now Virtusa. So that was a fun time in my career and life. I think I really enjoyed the third year, you know, being sandwiched between work and actual academic stuff. We came back for the final year, and then immediately after I graduated, I joined back at Virtusa, and I was there for 10 years. Before moving on to the company I'm at right now. Virtusa is actually who helped me move to the US, and I think that's a long story. We'll talk about that at some point. But that's my academic and work history. Personally, I'm here in Atlanta, Georgia, with my wife and 2 kids. Love electronics and gadgets, and you know, have always been a geek at heart, and so my work and my hobbies and my love for technology are kind of combined. So that's me.
Brilliant. That's great. Okay, so I think we can also relate to Dimashi here, because she's also working at Virtusa at the moment, and she's also, I think she's also you know, transferred from Sri Lanka to the US. So tell us your story as well. But how did it happen?
So at IIT, the degree I completed was software engineering, and I graduated in year 2014. Oh my gosh, I feel so old. And like Udita said, I also did my placement year at year in Virtusa, and once I completed, just as I completed my placement year, I was offered a full-time job. So while I was doing my final year at IIT, I was also working at Virtusa. So that was pretty interesting. So afterwards,
this was not an internship. You were just working there at the same time, and then.
Yes, so I completed my internship. So as soon as I completed, they offered my they offered full-time employment. So I was doing my final year at IIT while I was working at Virtusa. And first from Virtusa, I went to Northern Ireland, Belfast, to work on some projects. So once I completed those, I was transferred to the US. So, and I'm majored in say my specialized areas at Virtusa would be robotic process automation, artificial intelligence. Yeah, so it has been a nice journey to study from IIT and to work at Virtusa, because most of my mentors have been from IIT, even at Virtusa. So I have been having a very, I would say, a close journey with a lot of our seniors at IIT also, who has helped me to come to this position.
That's great. So, I mean, there's always, I mean, we still will definitely support you if you come back to us. And if there's anything that, I mean, if there's any support that any alumni requires from IIT, we're always there to support you through the alumni relations office. So that's something we want to make sure that you understand. Right. So moving on to the, let's pick a country here. Let's pick UK. Chamat, how are you doing?
Well, yeah, doing well. Yeah.
What's the story? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was very unexpected for me. Like the story is, like it suddenly happened. It was too fast. So as soon as I graduate in 2018, I got into a research project with Robert Gordon University. So with Professor Nirmali, so our dean, Miss Naomi, introduced to the team. So I was able to work in a one-year research project. So during that, I got a 3-month visit to UK, so Scotland. So during that time, I basically like worked in this Robert Gordon University for 3 months at the initial stage. Then they sort of liked my working stuff, and so got an opportunity as a RA, full-time RA position. Then I came here. Then I also got a full scholarship for a PhD. So I started both together in 2019. So now it's around 2 years gone. Yeah, so it was very fast happening for me. So I didn't get the chance to work at a industry like a company. I just did my internship at 99X for a year. Then I was into startups, so I had my own startup. Yeah, so yeah, it's a bit fast.
It's a lot of courage, I think, and also talent, and also a little bit of luck at the same time, I guess.
Yeah, of course. I think it's a combination of everything together.
Brilliant. Okay. So moving on to Minuan from Australia. He's the one who's actually running the midnight oil right now in Australia. So what's your story?
It's a long story. I think Nimesh said she feels old, but I think myself and Udita feel the oldest perhaps in this, because I joined then Informat or IICS in 1994 and graduated in 1998. So I don't disclose my age, but anyway, soon after, I think at that time it was technology providers was there as option to me, but it's a bit tricky getting into that because I mean, it was running off from a house, if I'm not mistaken, and one computer is shared by many people as well. So it's a bit tricky to get into it, but I was lucky enough to join then Millennium Information Technologies because they were looking to start up a new project. They want to divert themselves or diversify themselves away from stock exchange and into telecom. So they want to keep with that kickoff of the project. I was lucky enough to join Millennium and be in that startup, so to speak, from ground up. We were building a product for the telecom. So that's where I started my journey in Sri Lanka. So I worked for Millennium nearly 5 years. I mean, before that, I did my placement not in, I did my placement in informatics itself. So it's a bit interesting. but yeah, getting back to Millennium. So during that 5-year period, I got myself, I got married, had 2 kids. And then towards the latter stages of the 5 years, I decided to migrate or take my PR. And there weren't many options of countries, but one came about is Australia, because it's what made me was the weather, perhaps mainly, because there was Canada was an option as well at that time. I think most people were either going to Canada or Australia, or not many other countries that I can't think of at that time. But yes, I applied for PR, took a bit of a year to get myself through. It was a skill migration at that time, so got through, and I came here in 2004, if I'm not mistaken. And then I tried to settle myself before bringing in my family, but managed to, because settle means getting a job, so that's the key thing. That's part of the settling as well. So I actually came to settle in Melbourne. So I was looking for jobs in Melbourne, and then I wasn't that successful initially. And also I hated the weather because I came closer to winter. Being in Sri Lanka, how many years? I don't know, 20 odd years, and coming to Melbourne and getting hit with winter, and Melbourne weather is crazy. So I started looking around and expanded to other states. So I moved to Sydney for job hunting. So I was flying interstate for interviews. So it's an interesting experience there. Anyway, I don't know whether it's luck, but I got a job in Sydney in around 2004 itself, the year I came, and then rest is more or less history. So I in an odd way, in a foreign country, you expect people to change jobs quite frequently, but myself, this is my second job. So I got my first job in 2004, and I kind of resigned myself after 2 years, and then joined another telecom firm. And from there onwards, up until now, I have been going through, I would say, mergers and acquisitions within that same company. So I now work for a company known as TPG Telecom. It's a group of companies, and under that company, there are 5 to 6 companies working together. So one of the companies is, I think, known to most of you all. It's Vodafone. So Vodafone is part of the group of companies as well. And we are now known as the second largest in Australia. So yeah, I have 3 kids and I'm married, and it's mostly work for me, but I try my best to, as I think as Udita is, I'm more into technology and challenges, and and helping whoever I come across in transferring my knowledge and know-how. So that's me. Thanks.
Very interesting thing you mentioned about the old building and the grass at Vertisa. I was actually, when I was going for my placement year interviews, I actually interestingly interviewed at Vertisa and Millennium IT, where you started off. So that was when Vertisa was at number 9 Horton Place, and the grass was about 1.5 feet high, and there was an old car rusting in the driveway. Yeah. And my father was asking me, "Do you really want to go to this place?" And I was like, "Yeah, let's give it a try." So they've come a long way since then. So
yeah, they have, isn't it? Yeah, that's what I vaguely remember. Computers being shared among many, and some are just sitting doing nothing. So that kind of that kind of made me thinking that I need to work. I know I need to do something, not like because I was a bit discouraged. The likes of, I think you can recall, Sanjeev Sahayam, and at that time joined Millennium, and Prakash, and sadly enough, he's no longer with us, but Prakash and Sanjeev, they are, I think, 2 who joined from our batch initially.
Correct, yes.
Yeah, so yeah, bring back memories.
Old timers.
Right, so let's now, since you mentioned snow, let's move on to, I think, best country for the snow would be Sasanka's country, living in Canada. So I'm picking everyone out of you. I mean, there's no specific order of picking. I'm just picking you by reference point. So Sasanka, I think you moved into Canada a year or 2 years ago, right? And then how did that turn out? What made you want to go there?
So I moved to Canada in 2019, before the pandemic. So luckily or unluckily, I don't know. Like, why I moved to Canada is I was looking for the opportunities, and actually for me it was mostly accidental. We didn't plan for moving in. We just apply, and the process here was basically, if you get selected, then you will get in the invitation, and you have to pay for the visa process and everything. So we just applied and we let it sit there for, I don't know, for 3 years. We didn't track even. So, but accidentally we got an email and saying, we checked whether it's a spam email or what kind of email is this. Then we try to validate it. Then it seems like a valid one. Then we looked into it. It's been there. So before that, like I think I'm from 2014, like Nimashi and Nishanka. Graduated from University of Westminster, Bachelor of Engineering in Software Engineering. I did my intern in at that time it named as Sabre Technologies, but now it's Attune Lanka or Attune Consulting. Then I moved to a startup company and stayed there for like 3.5, 4 years. Then I moved to the prior to moving to Canada, I worked at ISM APAC. Now it's named as Sana Commerce Sri Lanka. So moving here, like Menuan, like I didn't move from province to province, but I had to fly within the province for interviews. So here the like where we apply for jobs, and there are like a long process. We can talk it later, but if you go through first 2-3 rounds, mostly 2 rounds, then you will get a chance to visit the office and get an interview. So they fly you to the office and they provide the accommodations and everything. So that is there. Then I moved. Even here when I moved to Toronto first, I joined a startup, and it was quite hard when I had at that time around more than 5 years experience, but it was quite hard to get a job. I was getting interviews, but not the final interview panels or the selection. When I going into the selections, I was not getting selected most of the time because of it. They look for, do you have any Canadian experience? That word is there, but it's not a actual thing, but there is something like Canadian experience. Then, but after joining for a startup, after working there for 6 months, then I got into the track. Then I was selecting. I had the chance to select where I like to go, other than getting the first job. Basically, for the first few vacancies, interviews that I went through and I got selected, I went for a first position. First chance I got, and moved currently in Windsor, Ontario. Working at Rocket Innovation Studio. It's a company under Rocket family of companies. They have like nearly 100 family of companies under them. So that's about like a brief introduction for me.
Right. Brilliant. Okay, so but you still chose to go with the snow. That's what I thought, because you were speaking about the snow, and then somehow you managed to get into the snow.
Yes. So right. for me, in my mind, I was expecting snow, but luckily, I would say this is for luckily purely 2019 and 2020, we didn't have only 2-3 days of snow. It wasn't crazy. I mean, at least for the Ontario, South Ontario, it wasn't crazy. Okay. This is the first year. It's like kind of, we had like a lot of freezing rains. Like this winter is it's okay, but crazier than last year's. Yeah.
That's good. All right. So moving on to academic side, once again, Jaini is with us from Japan. So Jaini, you chose to go for a PhD program. I mean, you were a student at IIT, and then again you continued to a profession. Then again, you chose once again to go for a PhD program in Japan. Why PhD? Honestly, I could have asked that question from Shamat, but he gave us proper reasons why he chose, and they liked him back. But you chose to go there, and you specialize in artificial intelligence at the same time. So why Japan and why PhD?
Yeah, that's interesting because Japan is not a common choice. So mainly, so one reason is basically my husband moved to Japan for a PhD. So he moved 1 year before me. So next year, so I didn't have options. It's Japan. So one reason was like why I wanted to live abroad is to experience the seasonal changes, like Sasanka mentioned, like to see snow basically and see how these seasons change. And
Right.
Japan has very beautiful seasons. Like for example, during spring, there will be like a lot of sakura, and even in autumn, it's very beautiful. So that's one reason for Japan. And also before that, I had a about, dream about living in a big city. Basically, I was thinking about New
Okay.
York, but somehow it happened in Tokyo. And okay, the next question is why PhD? So, so after completing the degree, bachelor's in my IIT, my final year project was related to computer vision and machine learning. So from there, I got this curiosity about AI and machine learning. So for my master's, I did artificial intelligence as well. So I wanted to explore more on that side. So that's why I chose to go for a PhD in computer vision and machine learning.
Great. So you just continued your passion and just, there was no specific reason why you chose Japan. You just had to go there, and also because you had your husband. But then again, Japan has been treating you well, I suppose, because now you're continuing with your PhD program, and it's not just a random program; it's PhD. It's an AI program. So that's great to see. I think, yeah. And so what about the education level? Because now this is something a lot of students wants to know. We'll start with you to get into deeper sections. Yeah. Now, PhD programs is something that you can find as long as you are equipped with knowledge and you are qualified for this program. So, specifically in Japan, do you see, if you compare yourself, your progress at the moment with other countries or the other options you might have had, do you see a difference, or do you think you could have tried something else? Your husband was not in Japan?
Do you mean the difference in Japan when it comes to PhD? So
yes.
I think the main difference is the language barrier. So in Japan, so many things are in Japanese, obviously. So, but my scholarship was interesting because my scholarship paid for it paid a living stipend. So that I don't have to worry too much about doing part-time work, and also it paid for the course fee, like the tuition fee. So I think scholarship-wise it was easier, and yeah. So the main challenge was, we had a very difficult entrance examination, and sometimes I even had to refer some Japanese textbooks. So yeah. So if everything was in English, it would have been easier.
Right, so let's turn to Ashanka. Thank you, Jani. Ashanka, so you are also there. You're also from the Netherlands, and you have a different flag from everybody else. Let's speak about your story. How has it been? What made you move? And what's the status right now?
Yeah, so I studied in IIT from 2009 to 2014, so longer than most probably the case, because I was in the InfoScholar program. So that's a 5-year program where you work while you're studying, and also you don't generally pay a lot for the degree as well because it's a scholarship. So I started. So as soon as you start the degree, you start working as well, and I was lucky to start working in Hiran Wickramasinghe's company, so Gan Wickramasinghe's son's company, which was Converse Solutions at that point. And after about 2 years, Hiran Wickramasinghe was taking over the whole informatics group. So then the company was merged to Informatics International Limited, where I continued to work as a .NET developer for 6 years, and at the end became a senior product engineer, and then the product lead for their document management system, which was used for a lot of different purposes. And so after that, so that was during the Professor Alfred, Mrs. Naomi times. So that was a nice time. And then after the degree, I started working at my current company in Sri Lanka, Sana Commerce. What I also have to say is I was studying together with Imashi, Sasanka, and I remember Jaini as well in a parallel batches, and Chamat as well, I think. So after that, I went to Sana Commerce, or which was called ISM APAC at that point in Sri Lanka. Now it's rebranded. Worked there for 6 years, up to becoming the team lead of business analysts there. So I switched paths from developer to business analyst and product specialist during that period. And then from Sana Commerce, after 6 years, I moved to Netherlands, the head office, because Sana Commerce is a Dutch company. And now I work out of the head office as the team lead for the EMEA region for business analyst, or called e-commerce consultants in Sana. Yeah, that's my story.
That's great. I mean, that's a great story. Thank you so much for sharing. So, so you just, I mean, you went really fast. I mean, you were also in the rugby team at IIT. It was not just the education for you. You were also in extracurricular.
Business analyst India company on the work
There was distance. Right.
No problem. So I'll say, yeah, I think I was involved in a lot of things, and that's important as an InfoSchool student, because I think I was one of the flag bearers at that point for InfoSchool students need to get involved, because InfoSchool students work during the week and just come for lectures on Friday and Saturday, and probably that's changed now. But that means that unlike the full-time students, InfoSchool students do not get involved in a lot of the other activities. But for me, education was something, but the extra activities, because this is the nicest period of a young person's life, the university period.
Exactly.
I got involved in almost everything that I tried to get involved in, almost everything that was non-academic in IIT, from rugby, road track, all of that.
I have to say, I got to know Shankar through those events rather than the academic places.
Yeah, I don't know whether the houses systems are there, but we were all Peter House.
The same house, yeah.
Brilliant. Okay. So it'd be nice to one day have you guys over at IIT. Whenever we organize something, we'll let you know. So please buy a ticket and come over. We'll be great to have you over. And you can also like mix and mingle and meet your own, colleagues from IIT. Right. So moving on, Udit, so I'm sorry, I think I kept you in silence for a long time. So let me ask you about the finding jobs in the US. So someone might want to go there and study, maybe if they get the green card or something, and if they go there, how hard and how easy is it to find a job or a program and to get into something like that?
So like I mentioned, I was very fortunate that Virtusa handled a lot of the transition from being in Sri Lanka over to the US, and fortunate in the sense, they did all the paperwork. In fact, I'm quite clueless about how all that worked, because Virtusa did such a great job, and I'm very thankful for that. I will always say that I owe a lot to Chris and team at Virtusa. But so I think the reason I moved to the US was being a consultant at Virtusa, the travel was getting a little out of hand, because and I was not one who traveled much either, but there were folks who traveled like very regularly, and they had to shuttle between Colombo and the US. And I got married in 2002, and my wife and I shuttled back and forth between Boston and a few other, and New Jersey, as a consultant for Virtusa for 3 months at a time, 6 months at a time, and it was fun. I mean, we got to see places, we got to work in different areas, but eventually we wanted to settle down and buy a house and all of that kind of stuff, and you can't do that while you're constantly flying back and forth. So that was how I left Virtusa, because even within actually that's how I came to move to the US. I told Virtusa, look, I can't do this traveling back and forth thing. I need to be in one permanent location. And they said, well, you need to select whether you want to be in Colombo or you want to be in the US. And I said, I don't really didn't have a preference at that time. And because it's tough, right? When you move here, to see my parents, I have to take 2 flights. It takes 30 something hours to get there, and it's really challenging. I know, my mother suffered a stroke while I was here, and she's okay now, but it was it's difficult, right? I'm not saying that it's all difficult, but that's the worst part for me, I think, being away from family and friends. in Sri Lanka. So the move happened when Virtusa said, decide on a location. I said, you all decide. And they said, there's a project here in Atlanta with Siemens, Siemens Electrical. There's actually a plant down here near our home where they build all the circuit breakers and some of the big generators and all that. It's a very, very fun place to see. So I was positioned here through Virtusa. Spent a good year or so, and then I was requested to move to another project within the US, which kind of defeated the purpose. I wanted to be in one place. Whether you travel between countries or between cities, it's the same thing. You're traveling. You can't buy a house in 2 cities, right? At least I'm not that rich yet. Right? So at that point, I started looking for jobs here in the US, and at the time, things like Indeed and Dice and all these job opportunity sites were just starting, right? And I think Sasanka mentioned that he almost missed his migration offer to Canada because his job offer was in the spam, or he thought it was spam. Well, my interview request actually went into the spam. It was in the junk folder, right? So when I was looking to leave Virtusa, I started applying at a few places, and they look for track record, like what's your experience and so on. So I would say it is pretty tough for someone who's fresh out of college to find a job here in the US. But because I had that experience and I was already here, it was a little easier. So if you want to move to the US, I would suggest either working with a company that'll help you move here.
So you say like to pick a company that has a US mother company.
Correct. Yes. So that is the easiest way, I think, because that company is already established, and you would ask for what's called an intra-company transfer. And so you basically transfer from one location of the company to the other, right?
Another location. I think if you take Nimashi, I think that's exactly what she has done. Maybe you can also help us, Nimashi, to come up with the answer. Now, this next, I think I want to ask you about. Now, you mentioned about settling down. So settling down in the sense, just as a migrant, not as a permanent resident or a green card holder, not that pathway. Is it just settling down just to work? Is it what you mentioned?
Question for me?
Yeah.
Yes, settling down from a family standpoint, right? Because you want to have stability and have kids, and so it's tough to do that when you're jumping back and forth between locations. And even once you have kids, they need to have schools stabilized, and if you pull them out of schools, and so it's when you're young, it's okay, you can jump around, and it's different, right? As you grow older, you'll see that your requirements change. So the job interview process nowadays is a lot more challenging, I would say, because a lot of folks have moved into virtual work, so you don't really have a location per se, and all of the things like LinkedIn and even the old timers like Indeed and Dice and Jobs.com and all that, they've become mainstream. So you need to differentiate yourself from the crowd in order to get a job, because now when we hire, we get hundreds and hundreds of applications as well. And so from the hiring side of things, what you do is, you try to filter out who stands out from the crowd, right? And then
is that based on the communication part? Is it the soft skills, or is it just the skills like skills that you require for a job, like technical knowledge?
Honestly, your first interview with a company is through your resume and your profile, right? Because before you even speak to somebody face to face, people will look at your resume and your profile. And it's not a I wouldn't say it's 100% fair or accurate process, but unfortunately that's the way things work. I mean, so what we do is we look at the resumes, and it's just glaring. I mean, I've seen people who have misspelled their name on a resume, right? So if you don't spell your name correctly on your resume, right, you can't rely on those folks to do a client presentation or build code and stuff like that. So your resume is your agent in the job search. Your profile is your agent in the job search, right? Your persona really is reflected in those online things. And even if you do silly things online, right? These days people check Facebook also, right? If you're on a Facebook profile and you're doing something crazy on your Facebook profile, they say, okay, this dude is trouble, right? So you have to present a very good virtual, online, and document persona first. That is your agent in the job hunt, and then you'll get called for the interview. When you get called for the interview is when you need the communication skills and all the other stuff we talked about. But I would say the initial question was, how difficult is it to find a job? And I would say that it's difficult in the sense you need to first make sure that your agent in the field, which is your profile and your resume and all of that stuff is 100% up to speed.
Right. Okay. So that has to be, that part of the application has to be all complete, and make sure that your online presence has to be sort of in line with the cultural differences in those countries and their work ethics and all those things that happen take place in these countries. So that's
nowadays, I mean, your persona is everything that you see around you, right? I mean, if you do silly stuff online, then it'll come back to haunt you.
Yeah. Okay, so moving on to a different country now. Thank you for that answer. So let's try. Right. So let's try speaking with Ishanka. Now, Ishanka is also someone who who moved from Sri Lanka through his company. How hard is it like for someone who gets into Netherlands to find a job and to grow as a professional?
Yeah, I think at the point where I came to Netherlands, it was much easier to come through the company, because then you are migrating as a knowledge worker, where you get some benefits. Also in the Netherlands, the person who's applying cannot apply for the job. There are ways that you can apply for a visa as a person as well. That's much harder. When a company applies for you, then they take care of all the paperwork. Everything goes through the company, which is much easier, much faster. For my visa process, everything went down within about 3 to 4 months, I think.
Just because the company was sponsoring and inviting.
Because the company was, the company sponsoring, the company takes care of everything. Also, because the paperwork is in Dutch, so unlike in other countries, you have to do a lot of translations, and then Dutch is not a language that we speak, so you are numb. So then it's much easier that Dutch persons take care of that. However, in the past year, I have seen a lot of colleagues or friends or Sri Lankans coming into the Netherlands. Even from my IIT, we have some colleagues that are joining now. And it seems that the Netherlands is more open now, and then people are getting jobs much faster through LinkedIn, etc. So I think that there's a lot of opportunities right now and from last year. Still, it's the best, as I think Udita and Nimashi said, the easiest path to get to the countries like this is to go through a company. And then also when you land, you have a job, you are stable, it goes much easier.
Exactly. Right.
Varun,
So thank you. Yes. Yeah.
I want to quickly add something that I missed earlier. I know a lot of folks who have come here they've done their undergraduate degree in Sri Lanka and done very well. And then they have moved here for master's or PhD programs. So that is, I think, the second best way or easiest way to get here. I'm not saying it's that easy to transition from being a student to being employed, but the thing is, you're physically here and you're doing a master's or a PhD, and so people are going to be looking at you for your skill set. And so if while you're here you happen to get a job offer from a company, then they will take care of your sponsorship and paperwork and so on. So if you can't go the route that a lot of the panelists talk about, where you join a company and they have an international presence and they move you, then the next best thing is to find a postgraduate degree program, come here, do well, and then start applying locally. And if they really like you, they will sponsor your paperwork and so on. But I think the most difficult thing to do is to try to apply to come. Especially, I can't speak for the other countries, but I know in the US, you know, if you see a job online and you apply from Sri Lanka, you need to have some really special recognition or capability in order for you to be successful at securing a job like that while you're physically out of the country, because there's so many steps you need to follow.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Udita. Nimashi, do you have anything to add to that?
So yeah, what I would say is, like Udita said, second option would be going for a post grad program. So what for me, what has happened is, now that I already have a good presence in the US, from last year, I have been offered so many jobs. It's just that I have still not made my mind to leave Virtusa. So because I'm really comfortable with the work I'm doing, and there are so many say areas to explore still at Virtusa. So I just completed 7 years at Virtusa. So what I would also say is, if you come through a company like Virtusa, you work hard, build your digital presence, because of the pandemic, I don't think like many companies in the US, they're having in-person interviews. So wherever you are, you can apply. I mean, you in the US is where Silicon Valley is. So there are so many opportunities. It's just that you have to build your resume, like Udita said, and like have a lot of weight and do your certifications, make sure that you have something more than the other say applicants, so that you will be able to outshine the others. So in Sri Lanka, for sure, we know it's a small country, so like the opportunities you have a lot, but in the US there's a lot of competition. So it's really good from the beginning itself. If you have a plan on moving to the US, start building your resume, do certifications, because that's how you can say outshine. And if you are going to an area like, say, project management or product management, there are great certifications and courses like Six Sigma and PMP. I mean, those are things where you can invest time before you settle down. So settle down, I mean, you know, get married and have kids. So that's a good time for you to invest, because like Udita said, I was also traveling from Colombo to Belfast, Ireland, and then to US. So that was kind of hectic. And then once I got engaged, I thought, okay, it's time for me to stay in one place. So I also spoke to Virtusa, and they decided, okay, that I can be in the US. And I from the day I came here, I started doing these certifications and adding it to LinkedIn, and it was surprising to see. Like, I think from last year, I've got more than 20 offers. I don't know whether I'm lucky or not, but there are so many people who are looking for qualified applicants, but not someone just with a degree, but with a lot of experience. And you don't need to have say exceptional resume. It's just that you have to show how skilled you are, and even when you're facing an interview, know what you're talking. It should not be just on paper. So I think that worked out for me. I think what I would advise like our students, it's just that after the degree, don't give up on studying. Just do certifications, because technology is something which is changing every single day. So what you studied like 5 years ago, the basics would still remain the same, but it will be evolving. So don't quit studying. It's just continue, because that's what will help you to go to the next level.
Brilliant. Okay. So you mentioned about these programs, these certification programs. Do you think, now you mentioned the PMP and all those things, but then again, for someone who is I mean, we are giving this access to our students. We give Coursera and also LinkedIn Learning free of charge. Do you think something like that would really add up to this kind of a situation?
So it depends on to which, say, area you will be going to. If you're a developer, there are like maybe I think Sasanka would be able to, or someone else would be able to tell what are the best certifications to do. So if you're a QA or if you're a PM or a BA, so from BA and product management, project management standpoint of view, I would say that, yeah, Coursera is good, but I would suggest to go for more professional certification. So Coursera, that's where I started. So
Right.
start from there and start building upon those to go to like the next level.
Right. Thank you, Nimaji. Okay, so let's turn to Minuan. How does Australia look at this, Minuan, when it comes to recruitment? Do they look at these professional qualifications, or do you think having just a degree is enough as long as you have high GPA?
Interesting, because I was listening to other countries, how they go, especially Udito, how he's going about as well. But Australia, I think my journey is slightly different, because I hear and I agree most of some of you all thought about the profession first, education first, and then settle down. So mine is a bit crazy, because as I said, I was working at Millennium back in Sri Lanka. Within that 5-year period, I got married and had 2 kids. So mine was a family taking my family to another country. So I obviously opted for a PR. That's my option, not for higher studies or postgraduate or PhD level. So that was kind of put a pause because of the family I had. I had to move the family. So I went for PR, and then it took nearly a year, that process, and I came to Australia, and then I started looking for jobs. So Australia, the way kind of it works is there's a kind of a website which is still the number one where all the jobs get listed. So I will share the link as well. It's called seek.com.au. So that website is where I started. Back in Sri Lanka also, I thought of, okay, let's have a look. Let me try to apply even. And I think, as Udita said, even if you apply, I doubt if they look at it or they ignore it, because there are so much people applying within the country. And so I doubt it. I have been chosen in that manner, because I didn't hear anything while back in Sri Lanka, even though I applied. So I came, and then I continued to do so. I applied, and the way Seek worked at that time, I think still it's more or less the same here. When you apply to a job agency, not directly to the company. Most of the Seek, what you get, the ads you get, is run by job agents, because job agents are quite a lot within Australia. So most of the big companies, even the smaller ones, they outsource or give the task to these agents. So agents go out, do the advertisements, do the picking, meaning accept the resumes, applicants, and then they do the first filtration. So the agents do the filtrations. They interview you first, not the company. So that's where I found a bit frustrating and tricky as well, because some agents, they are very youngsters. They don't know what I'm talking about even, because what they do is they write their own bit of a sales marketing of myself, because they sell me or market myself, my skills to the company even before I get, they are the ones who get me an interview, the agents. Right. So I had to make sure I sell myself. I tell my experience. I try to clarify clearly, give my or sell myself to the agent in such a way that agents take that and rewrite my resume and sell it or tell it to the company. Okay, this is a good candidate. This is why, blah, blah, blah. And then the company kind of does another filtration, based on that, the applicants, the agents give, and then go for the interview. So that's kind of the process. So the first you meet is not the company, but the agent. So you have to sell yourself to the agent, and the agent takes it away. Then the company interviews, and then you go through the interview process. So that's how kind of it works. That's how I got it. That's how I got to know, because if I don't clearly articulate my experience, my know-how, so I kind of interview the agents myself in an odd way rather than them interviewing me, because I want to make sure they clearly understand me, they can sell me, they can sell my skill set. So that's where I came towards the latter end, because I was going back and forth for interviews, and I sometimes realized this is not what I want, or this is not what I asked for, even though at that time I agreed to each and every interview the agents brought me to. Yeah, so it was a bit frustrating getting to know that systems, how that works. And I think once you get a good agent at the end, because as I said, there are so many agents, job agents, and once you get a good agent, the main thing is you have to stick by the agent, so to speak. So I got my first job, and I continued that relationship with the agent on a kind of a yearly basis. I met with him personally. I go out for a lunch or a meal, and I just have a chat. I just ask him, okay, how things are in the market, how's the job market, how are things going? And he kind of interviews me in return as well. Am I satisfied? Am I looking for? Because how they get money is the more they kind of find these applicants, they get a commission. Because I don't pay the agent. Oh, I forgot to tell you that, because it's all free. I don't pay a single cent to the agent. It's not a fee base. How they get money is from the company. When they find the person, if the person is recruited and if the person stays, or meaning sign the contract, they get the money. So obviously, so that's a good way in a way. So that's how here it works. I'm not sure, there may be other countries similar process, but that's how it works here. So that's how I got into trying to learn the system a bit, how that works, and knowing how it works, and knowing the underlining key things to get an interview. So it's a bit of study and research, trial and error, and a bit of frustration, but not to give up is my saying there, because there are some who come here and has given up and gone back, even with a PR. So that's how I got it. So that's how more or less the process as well. And one more thing about visas, because I got the PR, and I think one thing that I think COVID, as you know, each and every country had a bit of an effect. And in Australia mainly, because Australia is highly dependent on migrants, because that's part of a culture, or part of the economic, the working of Australia is you need migrants. Without migrants, Australia is starts to go backwards. So last 2 years we didn't have any migrants, right? And as a result, most of the companies, even the company I work for, suddenly there's a bigger shortage of workforce as a result. So there's a lot of work here, a lot of projects, a lot of jobs, but unfortunately there's a shortage of staff. So as a result, I think if you look now to get a let's say even a student or a temporary working visa, those ones, they are giving a lot of, they're enticing, meaning, for example, they are waiving the visa fees, and they are to that extent. And also, for example, if you come as a student, as you know, there are hours are limited to do part-time work. Yeah. But I think now they made it unlimited as well, meaning they took away that. So you can, because when you look at our hospitality here, as well as there's fruit picking, meaning farmers, that's where most of the migrants end up, or most of the students end up. Most of the students, even if you look at the McDonald's or big shopping supermarkets, all that, it's students who did those jobs. Not a normal, person who's, so that's where the student jobs are. Cafes, pubs, restaurants, takeaways, you name it, in sales, retail. retail majority are students. So these students means they are either university or school leavers or still high school. So that's where they are. So lack of migration created a big hole there. And now we are reopening here. They won't, and there's a shortage of staff. So as a result, some hospitality, certain restaurants, they can't open, they can't function 7 days a week because they don't have the staff. So they are trying to bring in these migrants by enticing them in this manner. So I think till mid-year or end of the year, if you go to the Home Affairs or the immigration website, I will share it. There's a lot of things thrown by the government to entice to get the visa easily and come through and start working immediately. Yeah, so that's what I have to say.
Thank you, Minuman. So it looks like Australia at the moment is welcoming all the migrants and the students as well.
With open arms.
Yeah, they open up the borders.
Yeah.
Great. So moving on to Sasank, I think we can also touch on the same topic when it comes to part-time jobs. We know for a fact, I mean, those who are also interested in the topics who are participating today probably knows about Canada's PR program, and they have it's very massively done, and there are the pathways you can select is basically endless. There are PNP programs and all that stuff. So anyway, once you get there, I mean, you're one of those people. I mean, you said you had to go like finding jobs from province to fly from here to there, right? So imagine before that, the life before you get the job. I'm not asking about your personal experience, but how do you, while you're adapting to the winter situation and the overall cold situation, finding a job, let it be a part-time job or a full-time job, how is it like to live? Maybe you can also refer about the student life in Canada as well, and also about how it is like to have a PR and just land there without a job. Let's refer to the student life maybe, and then speak about the part-time jobs as students. What's there in store?
Sure. So before that, I'd like to touch upon one thing that anyone was talking about. In Canada, we have both, like the recruiting companies and some companies directly involved. So in this part of, I mean, from my experience, at least in Canada, both options are there. We can go for a recruiter, and like Benoit said, we need to select a good recruiter. So they will spread our resume and through their connections to get basically a good job. Talking about part-time, small thing on full-time, to get a full-time job properly on a career that I like to work on, then that recruitment and, like Udit said, resume should be, I will say, perfect. So with the skills that you have, like Dimash said, you need to improve and add your skills into that resume. You need to know what you're adding there, and when you go for an interviews, you need to know what you talk about. But resume wise, for me, from my personal experience, from job to job, I change the name. Like if they're asking for a software developer, I apply as a software developer. As a senior software engineer, my title will be senior software engineer. So those things, the title, I know it doesn't matter, but some companies do keyword search. So when there are 200 resumes or a lot of resumes, they do a keyword search to get 50 or 40 out of them. So to get that chance, that words matters, and what's in the first 5 points in your resume matters. I think that will, I haven't done any, I have done part-time as a software developer as my first job. So that was through my Indeed, and I got, and LinkedIn and Indeed for me is the two highly used one in Canada, but there might be others that already been used, but for me that was the two websites. So working on as a part-timer and a full-timer. So you asked about the weather and all. So for the way I look at it is, if you get a job, so for a student, yes, like Minuman said, more even here, like cafes, pubs, malls, those are the places that most of the students are working. That's the student workforce is in those places. It's really hard to get a a job, a part-time job on a field that you are studying, you must be honestly, you must be a really good candidate to overcome other full-time candidates or other part-time candidates who have experience as a
Sankar,
student to get a. Mhm.
let me just disturb you there. Do you think they look at the local candidates first, those who are experienced, when you apply for a job?
So experience matters. So end of the day, like I said, like first few, like I got my full-time first job after 3 months land into Canada. So first 2 months, first month I got my part-time job, but I as a software developer for a startup company, but I couldn't get, like, even I was going for the final interviews, but I'm getting a call saying you were not selected when I asked for why, and some recruiter says like there were few matching candidates and they selected with one. So when I moved, like when I got the job, when I'm in the interview board interviewing others after 1 year, so I got to know like they look at the experience in the end if they have a similar situation. So like if I'm a candidate who has no experience in Canada, and if there's a candidate who has experience for 2-3 years or 1 year at least, then the person who has experience most of the time got the chance. So that is there. So for the weather wise, it's a mindset. Yes, like it's really good to uh, I mean, in a way, winter is okay because you can wear a lot of clothes and go outside, and you can wear winter boots and put a scarf, and you can go outside. If it is not slippery, you can go outside for walks and everything. But in summer, everyone says Canada is a very cold country. Yes, right now it's like -8 or 9 here, but in Celsius. But in summer, it goes to Celsius wise, it goes to 23, 24, 25 some days, but you feels like it's around 35, 38. So it's a mix of both. In summer, it's really hot. Like if you go outside, it's like sometimes like it's closer to Colombo, I will say. Closer to Colombo in a hot weather is kind of equal to a hot weather in like a big city like Toronto. It's super hot in summer.
So 23 is hot. Is that what you're saying?
No, the thing is we have the Great Lakes surrounding the Ontario province. So because of that, with the water, humidity is high. So it's we always get now even the cold now is like I said -7 or -8. But if you go outside, you feels like it's -14 and -15. So the same goes to the hot as well. It's 23, 24. I mean, for us, it's like this is normal. This is like going to New Australia in a normal time. But if you go outside, if you start walking or running or just staying, doing some activity, you're like, is it 23 or no? But it says it feels like 33, 34. Yeah, 35. So it's changed. Spring and autumn is the best, like the fall. Spring and fall is the best 2 time. There's rain, but it's very, very, very close to no really. But so for me, it was a mindset. Getting ready, you need to have the proper clothes for the winter. Other than that, it's just, and I will say based on the place. So moving to Canada, like even I didn't expect that. So two things like do's and don'ts. Like one thing is expect similar to what you know is there. Like tech wise, what you have learned is the same thing. I would like to say University of Westminster degree that I got was recognized without any issues in Canada. So when I go for interviews, like they ask, is this equivalent to or is this validated? So West Canada validated my degree, and so far I haven't faced any issues for my degree.
This is
Which I got from
WES, right? The World Education Program.
Yes. So through that, I got validated for my degree with the University of Westminster. I had to send the transcript to there. Then they validate and they gave me a number and other stuff. So that's that. Then my two don'ts is don't expect it to be different, but don't expect it to be vastly different, because for me in Ontario, major cities like Toronto and city called London, Hamilton, those kind of transportations and everything is really good. But moving out of major cities is like you don't get the same transit like buses, trains, facilities outside. You need to have a vehicle. So that was a change that I faced. And the other thing, like what Udita mentioned about resume wise, like it should come to your not day-to-day life as well. We in Sri Lanka, we like to talk about the politics, about what's going on, all the other stuff. But coming to here, it's more to a professional, and in workspace, it should be professional. And even if you don't know the people, basically, if you don't know the audience, stay away from that. So that's something, no, like example, communism. In Northern America, it's like a hot topic, so you should stay away from communism topics. As an example, so like if you mention about Karl Marx, it's going to be most of the Northern American, I'd say American side will they will see you as why are you talking about this bad person, so something like that. So there are things that you should stay away: politics, religion, beliefs, all those stuff. Keep them away when you are living and working here.
Right. Okay. Great. Thank you for that insightful answer, Sasanka. I think that kind of leaves everything when it comes to moving to Canada, living there, and finding a job, and also moving around with and mingling with people and new colleagues at the same time. Right. So I have an interesting question. And I think this should go to none other than Jaini, because she's living in a brand new culture. She's living with like brand new food. Talking about food. Now, this is something major. I think here in Sri Lanka, we have a few Japanese restaurants and we are sort of familiar with, the chopsticks, not really easy, but you are living with that all the time, every day. How is it like to have the culture shock and then, abide by all that stuff?
So I think that's interesting question because so when I was in Sri Lanka, I was a vegetarian.
Oh.
And then I moved to Japan, and I wanted to make sure that, and everything is in Japanese. So I need to translate and see if there's fish in it and chicken in it, like that. So I thought, okay, this is not going to work. And I started eating meat and other things. That is one thing. And
So
about chopsticks.
You converted.
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, so I started from vegetarian, and then I started eating meat and other things. And then my next stage was like I became a foodie, and I tried to explore like different cuisine from different countries, like not only Japanese, because Tokyo is, like I said, it's a big city, so there are different people from different countries. So I even tried like West African food or some cuisine that I couldn't find in Sri Lanka, but so I wanted to try some authentic cuisine as well. So I think it was a good experience, and also I think it is like a mindset change as well, starting from vegetarian and then becoming a foodie. And even in Japan, they even eat raw fish or raw meat. So that's one thing. And about chopsticks, it was very hard to practice for me. So, but at first what I did was, here we have curry rice. It is something similar to rice and curry in Sri Lanka, but just one curry and with that sticky rice. So you can eat that with a spoon. I started with that, and then I eventually practiced how to eat using chopsticks. I think now for me, it's chopsticks is more, easier for me than eating by hand or using cutlery like fork or spoon. I think chopstick is very convenient. And usually I'm very slow when I'm eating, and now I can eat very fast because of chopsticks. So it's like I'm known as a slow eater. But with chopsticks, basically I can eat faster than my husband. So yeah, I think food was a very interesting experience for me, like overall.
That's great. So Okay, great. That's brilliant. So I think the American food is something we have, and then I don't know about the Ireland food. What do they eat in Ireland? I think
Ireland, I don't know, but in Netherlands,
on
oh, can you hear me?
Netherlands, sorry.
Yeah, in the Netherlands,
Yes.
the cuisine is pretty much as Jani said. I'm in Rotterdam, so it's pretty international. So you get all types of food. But the thing that changes is that Dutch people, probably in other Western countries as well, more used to not a lot of hot meals are taken during the day. So it's a lot of bread, cheese, meat items, etc. So you get used to that a little bit. Also, not a lot of because when I go to countries, I like to check what is special in that country or what's the special cuisine from that country. But unlike in Sri Lanka, where you have a lot of different things which foreigners can enjoy, there's not a lot here. I would say there's things like stampot. You can Google these stampot. I'll put it on chat. Stampot, bitterballen, stroopwafel, those kind of things are there. And yeah, I think the same sort of vegetables are available. One thing that you will miss is you don't have the different types of leaves or melon. That's not found a lot, but you get the spices that you need. Also, I had the same problem as Jani and still encountering it, even after learning the language a little bit. You need to translate when you go to the supermarket. You don't know what sort of meat you're eating sometimes because of the language difference. But yeah, I think in general, I enjoy new food, new types of food, new ways of cooking. And it's, I would say also like Jani, and cheese is a big thing in the Netherlands. So you try different sorts of cheese. If you ask me what I miss is the types of fruits really changes. You don't have the Carta Colombans, you don't have the nice juicy pineapples.
Do you like durian by any chance?
Durians will also not be there, I think. And then also the nice peppers, those won't be there, but then you also find different types of berries, etc., which you can experience. So it's changing your diet and then what you like. And the types of fish that you get also. So, but yeah, it's a nice thing.
Exciting. So it's like having USC is like having a international menu, I would say, because all these people coming from different background, not just about food, but also about the expertise and the sort of pathways you have taken and the sort of expectations and hope that you have and the sort of advice you can due to our viewers at the same time is absolutely brilliant. So I mean, I think we covered almost everything on that we had discussed from each and every one of you. So I couldn't ask all the questions from everybody to take the entire day. So right now, let's move on to the Q&A section. So we will have about, depending on the number of questions we'll be receiving, we will ask the audience to please raise your hand. Virtually, you can go to your reactions and then click on it, and then you can see the raise your hand section. So if you have a question, please raise your hand and I will unmute you and you can ask your question. Okay, we already have someone. We have two. Right, let's start with Timothy. I think he was first. So Timothy, you can start. Ask your question.
Hi, am I audible?
Yeah,
okay. I'm directing this question to Mr. Eshan since he's a InfoSchool student. So I'm also an InfoSchool student and I'm currently at my 3rd year. So my question is it possible to find a workplace right after your 5 years of internship with that 5 years of experience? It can be either Netherlands or, in generally. Will that experience be enough alone for it, or will we need to wait a couple more years and work here and then apply?
I think as an InfoSchool student, you should not consider yourself a student. I think your company should not do as well, because you work for 5 years and then within that 5 years, you can grow in your ladder. So during that 5 years where you work in whatever company you're in right now, just act as a normal employee, because you're getting paid, you're working, and then try to grow in your ladder. And then that's 5 years of experience that you can take forward to your jobs. And I believe that straight off your degree, you can, if you want to start applying for foreign countries as well, it should not stop you. But what would be also valuable is at the end of that 5 years, when you really get the degree, you've been working in the same job role unless you get a switch in your company itself. it's also an opportunity to think whether you want to switch roles or switch your jobs, whether you want to go from developer. I had another person chatting with me online also right now. So whether you want to switch from being a developer to a QA or a BA or something like that, or you want to continue. That's an opportunity for you to check. And then, yeah, before you try going abroad, maybe you can also check for what opportunities are there in Sri Lanka, because Sri Lanka offers a lot of opportunities as well. Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Shan.
Okay. Right. So we have, I think, Jazan, who raised next question. So Jazan, can you ask a question?
Yeah. Hi, good evening.
Good evening to you.
So I am Jazan, currently a third-year student at IIT following a software engineer degree. And currently I'm working at 99X. So soon after completing my graduation, I'm planning to move abroad to do my master's. So now I'm considering 3 countries: the UK, Australia, and Canada. So according to my research, what I have come through is that getting a PR in Canada is so easier Australia, and in the UK is the most hardest. So what my questions are, after completing the internship, and easy and how it is, so I can start working on the PR.
Right. So Jazan, could you also mention from who do you want to ask this question? Is it from the UK? Is it from the Canada? Which country?
I think it will be good if Menuan and Shamat would answer this.
Okay, great. So Menuan, of you.
The question is how best to apply, or what sort of a process involved in that? Yeah, I assume so. So through my experience, I at that time I utilized a lawyer, a law firm in Sri Lanka that do the migration. So because of my thought at that time was, okay, let's give it to some other party who kind of, does the paperwork, does whatever needed. I just sit back and carry with my work and let them do the work for me. So I just provided what is necessary. So since I was working, so I was applying as a skilled migrant. That was the category I was applying for. I needed, I think, a minimum of 2 years work experience, something like that. So I have to wait for 2 years work in order to apply as a skilled migration, as a PR. So I had to wait for that. And then I started the process. It took nearly a year to go through that process. And then obviously at the end, because I was ticking off the points, I think there's a point scheme as well based on which job area you're working currently. And then there's like 100-point scheme based on the age, and a plus few other things. So you first get those points before you start even the application. So once it's lodged, it takes its own process within the, down here in Australia, where there's, person get appointed and you go through the process. But in saying all that, afterwards, when I looked at it, I felt like I should have done it by myself online, rather than utilizing a lawyer, because when you use a migrant lawyer, obviously you have to pay something for that lawyer as well. It's not free of charge back in Sri Lanka, right? So by applying directly, you only pay what is needed for the visa and whatnot. You pay directly, you don't pay the lawyer, so you cut down the fee. And I started realizing that process is easy as well. So I think the best to now look at online, doing the application yourself, and the key is getting the relevant paperwork and looking at which visa you're going for, which subcategory or subclass you're going for. Have a clear understanding of the requirements and see whether you have those with you upfront. And the main thing is the paperwork. The relevant qualification, relevant certified copies, and because those are the key. Because once you apply, once you hand over the paperwork, they they don't have much contact with you. They first look at the paperwork. So you have to make sure everything is ready, everything is ticked off, everything is given what they want for. Otherwise, what will happen is there's a lot of back and forth going on. And sometimes these places where the people who are working in these places are part-timers or students even. so they take their own time in getting back. So, and when they have a look at your application, if there's something lacking, it's easy for them to just submit an email and say, can I have this, that, and that? So those are the delay factors. If you want to hurry things up, my main advice is make sure you got the paperwork and you got the certified copies or the translations, because some birth certificates or marriage certificates or whatever, certain things are in Sinhalese. You have to have the translations done. And obviously, I think once you get the PR or during that time, you had to get a police report as well. So that took me a lot of legwork. I had to go to the police station back in Sri Lanka myself, to the station, and I realized the paper is sitting on front of his desk. He's doing nothing. And I told him, look here, this is my paper. Can you just please sign and give it to me? Because that's where the delay is, because they are not giving the police report back in Sri Lanka for the guys down here, Australia, to pass that or tick that box. So the main thing is get involved. Just don't just sit back and wait, but just get involved.
Everyone, it's online.
Yeah.
Thanks for that, sir. Sir, but the main concern is, would you appreciate us moving abroad soon after completing our undergraduate? So that would it be easy or difficult for us to find a job soon after completing the master's abroad? As a fresh graduate.
Yeah, that is a bit tricky for me to answer in that way, because I had the work experience and then I moved. So that really helped me when I came here, for me to find a job. That really helped, that experience I had, because I had experience of 5 years. So it's a bit hard for me to say, because I think what I'm hearing from the other panelists is soon after having studies completing and then coming here and finding a job and competing with the ones who are having the experience and applying, or having even the studies done here in these Australian universities. So competing with them, I think it's going to be a bit hard unless you have exceptional qualifications or something, some sort of a certifications done. I think, as one of the panelists said, some sort of a certifications on top of your existing degree or you have done. You have to have that little bit of edge over in order to compete and get among the people or who are applying within Australia. Yeah, so that's what I would say. So it won't be easy. You need having that extra things on top. I'm sure it's going to help, is what I'm going to say. So if you get it, that would be lucky. Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, I think I can add to that a little bit in terms of how UK works. So here the PR system is very straightforward, because it's like we have two pathways. So it's one is you have to stay in a work visa for 5 years. If not, you have to stay in the UK for 10 years, whatever visa. So it can be either of those two. I mean, it's not easy. 5 years is a long time, but those are like the two pathways. So for a student, let's say you finish your degree, and if you apply for a master's, then you actually come as a student. So you come as a tier 4 student visa. So you can do let's say the master's is 2 years. As soon as you complete the master's, you get another 2 years, as I remember, like a post-study work visa. So during that 2 year, you can actually apply to jobs here and get. So it doesn't matter the area. Let's say you are in London, university in London, but you can apply anywhere in the UK and get a opportunity. But the complicated part is there's sort of you need to sort of stand out, because let's say 100 people graduate in your master's batch, for example. Every person would actually be applying to the same sort of companies around. So you have to be like very going forward and applying everywhere around the country. So that will be a higher chance. Otherwise, if you just apply to, let's say, 10 companies, there might not be enough chance for you. So I think after you do a master's, you can apply within that 2-year period. So that will actually secure you a job, and then you can go forward from there. And usually jobs are like 1-year contract initially.
Let me ask you something out of that, what you said. You mentioned about the 5 years work and then applying for a PR. Just now you basically, even though you're on a student visa, you are now working for RSGU.
No, I'm actually on a,
as a research assistant.
I'm on a work visa, and my PhD is part-time. So yeah.
All right. So okay. So imagine like you don't have a work visa. You are still a student, a PhD student, only a PhD student, but you're still working for that university because you're researching for them, right? Do those years of working and research, does that count towards that 5 years?
No, the tier 4 won't count for the 5 year. It should be work visa. So usually, yeah. So it should be work visa for the 5 years. But if it's 10 year, it can be combination of any type of visa, like 4 years the student, then another 2 years work. Like it can be multiple for that 10 year, but for 5 years it's work only.
Okay, great. All right, so we have one more question here, actually 2 more. So we have one with Mipali. Mipali, you can ask the question.
Hi everyone, so I'm Mipali from IIT. I'm a part-time student. I'm 3rd year. So currently I'm working as a consultant, and my question is like, what are the possibilities or the opportunities in countries and abroad where we can study, like doing a master and also work there? Okay, so what I'm doing is the same, like I'm a part-time student and also I'm working. So I want to know about the opportunities in abroad where you can study and also work. I would go with
Study and work at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the Netherlands, I think so. I mean, because you're already doing your degree at IIT, so that does not mean you're moving for the degree. So the ideal situation would be that you go for the degree directly in the Netherlands. But if you just come for an MBA, I believe you cannot work in a job while you are doing your MBA. However, after your degree program or MBA program or whatever study program, because I've not studied here, so I don't know the full process. But after any educational path, you get a 1 year to search for a job. So they give you a year or so, a certain time period. I think that's the same in other countries as well, where you need to find a job. But that is after you finish the studies, not while you're studying. While you're studying, there might be some part-time jobs where you're not a tax-paying job. Those are not official jobs. There might be options to work, but you need to complete your studies. You can't work and study at the same time in the Netherlands. But after you study, you get a year or so to find a job. And usually students who have studied, and if you had some good qualifications, it all depends on the person, as someone else says. Also, if you have a good portfolio on your LinkedIn, at least study-wise, then and then if you are a good person in terms of interviewing or in interviews, then yeah, you should be. I've had friends who have studied in the Netherlands with no experience, but straight after studies, they have managed to land really good jobs. It's a bit harder than when you're coming with work experience, I would say. Yeah.
So that's regarding normal graduate programs or like postgraduate. Like you cannot work while you're studying. It will be applicable for both postgraduate and graduate.
I guess so. For as far as I know, when you are talking about postgraduate, I think MSc or MBA, I think you cannot work because you don't have a work visa to work. I do not know about PhDs because PhDs would work differently. Because usually when you're at a PhD level, you might be also working, but depends on how much time you have. But I think Chamat answered to that question already because he's on that part. But usually when you're
just to add to that, usually the full-time employment, let's say you're on work visa, let's say you're doing a software engineering job in UK, then you get like an additional 20 hours, like 20 or some hours left where you can do a master's. So you can use that capacity to do a master's. So you can't do another job, like you can't do full-time job and a part-time job, but you can do full-time job and a master's. So that's sort of a area in UK.
Yeah, and also something that I've seen in the last few years as a trend is in countries, not Netherlands, but maybe in countries like Sweden, etc. You have option where if you're married, If your partner is studying, then the partner studies, but your spouse can work during the time period that you study as well. So there are options like that also. That's what a lot of people, that's another channel to come to a country. So you have the work-wise, you can study, and then because you need some financial support while you're studying, because you cannot work, you can have your spouse working if you're married. So those are the different channels that people take usually.
I'll add a comment from the US standpoint. So
Yep.
I think Mipali asked about working while you're doing your master's or your PhD. And I believe she meant working outside in the industry. But in the US, at least, when you're doing a master's, especially when you're doing a PhD, you're actually doing what's called an assistantship, or you're teaching part-time at the institution that you're studying at. And I think most masters and PhD programs come with a guarantee that you will do some assistantship time, and you get paid for that. And a lot of, especially with the PhD programs, the universities will sponsor folks, because if you go to a research-based institution, then a lot of your work is or a lot of your academic fees are covered, and you also get to work at the university itself. Now, once you with the master's programs, once you graduate, there is a program in the US called OPT, which is the practical training. I forget what the O is. I think it's outside official or outside or something. And I've actually had a few friends who have done that. So you go on the OPT, and the visa situation allows you to work at a company for a year. Now, if the company likes you during that year, they will probably start the paperwork of filing for you to be, either on an H1 visa or a green card or so on during that time in the US. So that's a good opportunity for folks who are coming for like postgraduate programs. I don't think the undergraduate programs here in the US have that OPT year. So I strongly encourage, if you're interested in coming to the US, and especially if you're in like the third or final year of your undergraduate degree, to start looking at universities here in the US that offer master's and PhD programs. And if you've done exceptionally well in your undergraduate program, sometimes you can go straight into a PhD program, also depending on the university. The research-based universities are where you should look if you're planning on working. And then the research-based universities usually have ties with the industry, so your research can tie directly to a company that wants that research, and it becomes an easier transition.
We'll add a small thing from Canada-wise. So what Ishanka mentioned about spouse doing studies and the other one is working. That's the highest, like most common trend right now in Canada. Moving into Canada, that's like, since especially with the pandemic, the PR process and everything that coming outside from Canada stopped. I think they are not started yet. So everyone is coming in as students. So most of the students, even the Sri Lankans that I know, some of IIT old students and some I got to know after they moved to here, most of them are moving to Canada from either wife or husband is studying. The one is getting the full-time work visa, and when they finish their masters, they get 2 years work visa. So basically, if a wife is studying, so she will studies 2 years, then she will get 2 years of work visa. For husband, it will be continuously 4 years of work visa. So mostly in third year, husband can apply for the PR and get the PR into Canada. So that's the common trend that today is moving. And what Udisa mentioned is, I agree with that. If you are applying for universities, please check what the university, apply for the career that you want to go, but select the universities as well. Look at the ranking of the universities, look at the courses and the other places, because that will give you an added advantage if you don't have any prior experience finding a job, because there are universities, like example, Waterloo University is like a high recognition university in Canada, throughout Canada. As for a fact, I know it's like a recognized university in Michigan, in US. So the university will help you if you don't have prior experience like 5 years or any
Right.
experience.
Brilliant. Anybody wants to add anything to that? Anyone else? All right. So moving on, I think I can also ask one more question from our academic person here, maybe Chaman, because there are people who wants to. I mean, I got a question just now asking. I mean, it's not might not be relevant the entire question, but I'll ask something that's relevant to you. There are students who are looking. I mean, there's a majority of students in this conversation. So I think some of them wants to transfer to the UK. I mean, possibly to the University of Westminster on the 4th year, right? So for someone like that, what's the cost like, the living cost, considering everything? I mean, travel, food, buying supplies, and everything else, entertainment.
In short, it's very expensive to live here unless you are on funding. So I actually don't recommend that route because it's a lot of, it can be looked as a lot of waste of money in this early stage because it's again student visa and you are not getting like funding outside. So the best path to go is get either a university scholarship or a job directly in UK. Because it might be looking like very, interesting to get that route, but it's a very expensive journey. So for example, the living cost around London can be, I don't know, around £1,500, which is around nearly 4 lakhs maybe. So just for living, like just the rent, and so you need some huge capital to do that. And it's not a good, the return is not good enough unless you are in a different like a journey. So the best path is get yourself some funding somehow. So there are enough opportunities, I'd say. You just have to keep like looking and knocking some doors to get that sorted.
I think you shared also one of the options. Yes, please.
I'll add one thing really quick for those of you who want to get an idea of what cost of living is like around the world and compare. There's a thing, I don't know if you heard about this, called the Big Mac Index. So if you go to McDonald's, the Big Mac is a standardized sandwich they have, and it's the same around the world. And if you look it up, the Big Mac Index will tell you in each country in US dollars. So it's, standardized for the current prices and so on. It will tell you what a Big Mac costs in each country. So that will give you a relative idea of the cost of living there. So I just looked it up right now on Wikipedia. So in Sri Lanka, a Big Mac is $2.55. But in the US, it's $4.20. And let me see if I can find the UK. I can't find the UK on this, but if Big Mac Index, remember that, because that gives you a really good idea of what cost of living is like everywhere around the world.
Must be high, you did it, especially in Sydney. If it is there.
Yeah. Here, Australia is $4.94. So Australia is actually more expensive than the US.
Yes, especially Sydney.
$4.94. Canada is $4.63. So there you go. It's on Wikipedia. Look it up. I'll send the link.
Oh, yes,
That's
please.
in
So please
US
share
dollars.
the link on the chat. So that's in US dollars, yeah. That's in US dollars. Okay. So Jaini, let me ask you the same question, maybe not about the Big Macs, but let me ask you about the living cost. I mean, you are also like basically an academic. You're a student at the same time. How is the cost like to live, to survive, and to be happy?
So here also the cost is different from, like, for example, Tokyo. Here in Tokyo, it's more expensive than the other parts, obviously. So in Tokyo, so I don't know the Big Mac Index, but maybe the rent would be like let's say 100,000 yen, probably like 200,000 in rupees per like apartment. And if we talk about food, a typical meal would go from 500 yen to 1,500 yen. So that means like 1,000 yen, about 1,000 yen. I mean 1,000 rupees. So
this is if you buy from outside, right? Not if you cook yourself.
No, if we cook, it will be less, and the cost will be reduced. And here we can find like grocery, Sri Lankan grocery shops are there. If you want to cook dal or rice or let's say for sambal, you can do that as well. And so the cost, yeah. Do you have any other thing? Do you
no,
want
I think
me
I
to
just
talk about cost?
really, yeah, I mean, travel cost, it can be clothing, it can be.
Okay, the travel cost. So the trains are very convenient here. Like there will be like trains from like every 3 minutes there will be a train, let's say. But the cost is very expensive. Like for example, in my first year when I go to university, I had to pay 1,200 yen per day. But when I was in Sri Lanka, I had this train season and it costed around 800 rupees. So I spent more than my Sri Lankan, the monthly amount in per day in Tokyo. So it's like 2,400 rupees per day in Japan, like both up and down. So that is one thing I want to highlight. Like the transportation is very convenient, but very expensive. But
okay, great. So I think the quality comes to price, I suppose. So I think if you be there and also capture a job in these countries, the payment, the return is also in same numbers, I suppose.
Yeah, that's true.
I think just to add a quick, sorry, it's Meron here. Yeah. Just to add a quick one. I mean, here, most of the universities, near the universities, by walking distance, you have accommodation. That's how the accommodation is built, so-called student accommodation. So in a university, when you get a university, all surrounding area is university accommodation. It's for students purely. And so then you kind of cut down the transport. In that way, you walk to the university if you are, coming as for studies. And also, I think one life skill to learn is cooking on your own. Learn and come. That's the best way, rather than trying to buy fast food or pre-made food, because you can just buy the ingredients and cook. That's going to save a lot as well. So, and shared accommodation is one other thing, meaning sharing means you not living on your own in a bit of a house, but you share among several people. So that cut down the cost very drastically, because rather than paying, let's say $200, if you share it among, 4 people, you just pay for $50. So that really cut down. So there are little things that you can look to cut down, as well as that's why the part-time jobs are there. So to earn that extra money that needed to live a little bit comfortably or explore yourself by traveling. Yeah, those are the things. Thanks.
Yeah, just something that I wanted to add, and that's something that I got when I landed here, is that for the first 2 or 3 months, and that this is if you're working in a country, I think that within the first 3 months, you keep on converting the currencies, and then you have a little bit of regret. It's too much. But I think you slowly start stopping that. So from Sri Lanka, I think the only thing, if you're going for a foreign country and a job, the only thing that you need to concern is about whether you're getting paid a fair remuneration based on the industry standards. If you are, then you don't need to worry. Things are expensive, but it's comparative to what you're getting paid and what you get to save. So for the first few months, you will convert, and it's not a good journey. But then after you stop converting the amounts, then you feel that whatever you're paying here is fair for the quality that you're getting. Apart from in Netherlands, there is a bit of a housing crisis because it's a small country and it's vertical living. So apart from rent, I think everything comes at a fair price. Yeah.
Very true about the conversion thing. We are all guilty of that. I think everyone was nodding their heads here. And it's even worse when you do the conversion to Sri Lankan rupees while you're in Sri Lanka. Look at the salaries here in the US and say, oh my goodness, if I make that kind of money, I'll be rolling in it, and I'll, you go to the Mercedes dealership and all that. But what happens is you're spending in US dollars as well when you're here. So average rent these days is at least $1,500 a month. can even reach 2,000 to 2,500. These days, rent is ridiculous, right? So you are earning in dollars or whatever the local currency is, and you're spending in that currency as well. So don't make the mistake of converting to rupees and looking at it in Sri Lankan costs and say, oh, I'm going to live like a king when I move there. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, to that point, true what Ishan mentioned. Small thing difference that currently happening in Canada and US is here the housing price is going like a rocket. It's like a going vertically 90 degree, I will say 80-degree angle, and rent cost is, because of that, rent cost is kind of stable. Mainly this due to pandemic, and the builders didn't build houses, and then investment didn't came in. So like some folks that working in my company moving to, since I'm very close to the Detroit border, I mean Windsor, so they are moving to Detroit, who like the people who are citizen in Canada, because they have the chance to buy houses in US rather than house in Canada because of the bidding market and the prices. So that difference is there between the two countries at the moment. Cost-wise, I will say, listening to all, in this part of the countries that we are today coming from, is you will earn, and with the earning money, you will be able to sufficiently live without any issues. But don't expect you can save a lot because taxes coming in. So tax is really high. For my experience, it's like between 20% to 30% tax from your salary. So if you have kids and all with the dependencies, it can go down. But I think for a person who's working full time, a single person, like without anyone other depending on him or her, it will be closer to 30%. So tax is high, but you'll be able to live with the money that we are getting. That's my experience, rather than thinking whether I can build a house or buy a house. No, you will be, government and others will support you to do that, but you won't be able to like save 50% of your salary and send it to Sri Lanka. That's not going to happen. Yeah.
Another comment I'll make really quickly is and I think this is probably true across the other countries as well. In the US, there's a concept of a credit score. So your credit worthiness is measured on a 3-digit number, which starts from 350 and goes up to 800 something or the other. So it's kind of all of your income, your loan taking, your payment cycles, and all of that contribute to a score. And you need to show that score when you're trying to do something like get a loan. And depending on the score, sometimes you could be denied the loan, or you can get the loan at a very high interest rate, right? So when you move to a country like the US, your score doesn't exist, right? So whatever reserves you bring from Sri Lanka, once you convert it to dollars, it'll be gone pretty quickly. And you're going to find yourself in a situation where you're going to have to get a loan to do stuff to, if you live out of the big city, you're going to need a car. Now in the area I live, you can't move around without a car, because there is no transport and all that. That's one of the advantages of the big city. You get a higher rent and smaller spaces, but moving around is much easier because there's public transport. So that concept of the credit score is important here in the US. When I got my first car when I moved here, now typical rates right now for cars is between 2 and 4% interest rate for getting a car loan. My first car loan here in the US was 12.8%. So it was like 3 or 4 times the average right now, because my credit score didn't exist. Now, Virtusa was very helpful in that sense as well, because they actually had a tie with a bank here, and they actually provided backing, even though our credit score was terrible, allowed us to get a car loan and get started off, but at 12.8%. I don't know if this whole credit score concept exists in the other countries. I'm sure it does. One piece of advice is also, it's tough when you get started here. Try not to get too much into credit card debt, because the credit card rates are like insane. They're like 20 to 22%, and you will never pay those back if you max out your cards on the regular. So be as conscious as you can about spending. If you need to get loans, get a loan for something like a car or a house or something like that, and try not to get into the credit card stuff. And as soon as you can, if you find a job over here, and it's hard with the credit scores and stuff, and anyone who's interested, just contact me if you're moving here. I'll give you some tips. As soon as you can, move into a house of your own, like get a mortgage and move into a house, because as long as you're paying rent, you're pumping money into somebody else's account. But if you buy a house, you're pumping money into something that you're going to own at the end of the day, and something that you need. It's your housing is your biggest expense. And so your biggest expense, if you keep pumping it into rent, that's also going to be the biggest loss of money. Next thing over here is your vehicle, and so on. So just a tip on that side. I don't know if credit score concept exists in the other countries as well. I think it does.
We have, it's the same. It's like same. So I think this part of the world is the same. For the two things that I can mention quickly is, to get the credit score, for me, I used the credit card, but I paid on time. So that's how I was able to get the credit score up quickly and apply for a mortgage for a house. Then the other thing about the house, that's the only asset for me. Looking at how things are moving, like the only asset a person can have. A vehicle in Sri Lanka, yes, a vehicle in Sri Lanka is an asset. It goes up. Most of the time it goes up. Here, if you buy a vehicle for, let's say, 20,000, then in 5-6 years, it will go down to 8,000, 9,000, around 10,000, because of various reasons. But that's how it works. So the only asset in this part of the world is your house.
So just to add one more thing, so we thought now we spoke about all the challenges. So yes, when you move in, it will be very challenging, and from the point of like converting it to rupees, yes, you will think that you are spending more, but at the end of the day, you are earning well as well. So what I would say is, from the very moment you step to another country, even if you're working or studying, just enjoy every moment, because down the line you can look back and be happy about the journey you've come so far. Because the first few months, I'm telling you, it will be very difficult, but at the end it will pay you so much that you will think that you were courageous enough to go through those months to come to this position. So just enjoy every moment.
Yeah, also to add something on for a person who's interested in coming to the Netherlands, is that to protect you from being from getting a lower salary where you can't cope up with the expenses, the Netherlands has put in place, and I think that's the same in the other countries. When you're an expat, when you're coming as a knowledge worker, there'll be a minimum salary which is rated based on your age and whether you're married or not. So there are some criteria, and there's a minimum wage that you can give that is needed. And that minimum wage is sufficient for you to live for sure, even enjoy life as well. Also, as an expat, I think in most countries you get tax benefits. Taxes are really high in these countries compared to Sri Lanka, where you'll have, I don't know, 16 to 20% something. Here you'll have, in the Netherlands, you can go up to about 50 or something more. So if you have 50% tax, that's a little bit hard, but then you will get something called 30% ruling as an expat, which your company can apply, which means that 30% of your salary is not taxed. So there are benefits given by countries to persons who are coming from abroad, because you have not enjoyed tax benefits for 18-20 years before you come to that country. So as a student, as a person, and then you are only going to enjoy the benefits when you get old. So I think all these countries most probably give you those benefits. So it's good to check what sort of tax you're getting, and don't be scared by the tax percentages. You'll get some benefits out of them as an expat as well.
Okay, I think we have come to the end of this discussion. Thank you very much, all of you, for joining in. I know that some of you are having the latest. I mean, it's beyond midnight for, I think, probably Minuwan, and it's early morning for Nimashi and Nimashi and Udita in the US. So thank you so much for joining in. So we had Minuwan, Hetiarachi, and also we had Jaini Tanwasam, Nishanka Kodituaku, Sasanka Vitanage, Udita Velevita, and also Nimashi Vera, and Chamat Palivan joining from different parts of the world. Thank you very much for joining in and for mentoring our students here today, and also the public who have joined in out of interest. And we must also thank for accommodating us here in the Kingsbury Hotel, and also the European Union for giving us the space and the electricity and everything for us to be here without getting interrupted by the power outages here in Sri Lanka these days. So participants also, we sent you a link just now. If you are a student, if you're a second year or a third year or a fourth year student of IIT, please join the Alumni Association. There's a link that I shared with you. Thank you so much for joining in once again, all of you. And there's also, we will try to share, for those who missed the program, they might not be here because of power outages. We will share that through the internet very soon as well. We also shared you a feedback form, so please fill that. I can say only 19 have filled it up, so I would like to encourage all of you because we can give you more sessions. We will also look at giving you another session in the near future on visa matters specifically. We had received some requests on that, so that is something we are looking forward to at the same time. We will discuss with the authorities and come back to you on that. So thank you very much, the participants and the panelists, for joining in today. Thank you very much. It's been great, 2 hours, extensive, knowledgeable, and also knowledge sharing. Thank you very much once again. Have a good night.
Thank you all.
Thank you for organizing, and thanks for bringing the panel together. I think everyone appreciated as a panelist, as well as bringing all the knowledge and dispersing the knowledge. I hope the audience took away something, something little or something big. But thank you, Varuna, for organizing. Much appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you, Varuna. It's been a real pleasure seeing everybody, and let's keep in touch. And we're talking about moving between countries, but I think the important thing is whichever country you are in and whichever country you decide to go to, be happy wherever you are, because ultimately that's what matters. So good luck to all of you, and keep in touch.
Thank you for having us.
Okay.
Yep. Thanks, Varuna.
Thank you.
Right, and also one more thing to add to the participants: if you want to contact any one of these alumni, the panelists, please contact me through the email address that we sent you the email to you. So please write back to us and let us know if you want to contact them. Right, have a good night and have a good day for whoever that's.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.